Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the Mount Lanakila hunt and also be doing the Galarian Darumaka. We'll be doing that indeed. But yeah, as usual, the Darumaka is indeed in the Pokédex recommended thingamathing, which should be making it more likely to be appearing. Should be. Should be indeed. But yep, we shall see, we shall see. What's gonna be happening today though? Certainly something cool and exciting. Be seeing a lot of Pokemon today. A lot more than usual. Let me quickly move both of the games. The location that I want to be in. Just sneeze all over there. And a sensor over there. It's gonna be a little strange because I haven't, you know, done too many of these in a while. To be counting with two separate counters. What do you know? It's gonna be fun. It's you know, a little bit strange. It's been a while indeed. As well, some of my hunts lately have been either I don't have a counter on each, or it's just like once every few minutes or more even. No, it can be even like 2 a minute. Can be even like a 2 minute indeed. Oh. Yeah, the Pokédex recommended thing is looking pretty much the same as it usually does. There's Snover, Capchu, Sneasel, and the only one from the random grass, which is Darmaka. You know, doobie, what it doobie. Doobie, what it doobie, indeed. Yeah, of course, since, you know, Darumaka is indeed a hidden encounter one, I will be more concentrating on them, but most likely I will be running every once in a while into the visible ones as well, because it is a small place and space to be running in. And you know, don't really care too much, so it's fine. It's fine indeed. I will say that I'm not too upset to be running into any of the ones that are visible either. I mean, I'd rather not be running into too many Sneasels or the Sneasel and Snover are probably the ones that I don't want. Or I want the least, you know. And if I do get them, it's fine, you know? It do be fun indeed. I was wondering again why my sound settings were so low, but I don't know why, but I have been very successful hitting my like audio adjusting on my headsets lately. Like I've been able to really hit that. I don't know how and I don't know why, but I don't know how to do that. It's not like it's one of those like they're very like fragile for that, no sensitive for that, that they would be like immediately doing things. You really need to be doing it if you really want to do it, you know. There is the target. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. as usual. Been, you know, chilling. Been chilling indeed. It's weird, by the way, to be seeing Dive Ball to be the last used Pokeball. I'm so used to it being the premier ball. Yo. Another one? Could I perhaps be finding a Stone Trainer? Is that a possibility? If I see Stone Churner before I hit 100 encounters, I do be calling it quite successful. I mean, technically I should be seeing 2 every 100, but anyways. Also, I don't know why, but like this morning, for whatever reason, Blueberry Academy music has been like stuck in my ears. I don't know why. I mean, it's like it's bad music or anything. It's quite nice, but it's just strange that for whatever reason, like pretty much ever since I did wake up, it has been stuck in my brain or in my ears, whatever my thing. It could be one of those things because, like, even though it does change, you know, depending on what area you're in, but the overall, like, music part is, like, the same. Like, the bass is the same pretty much anywhere you go in there. It could be that, I guess. Also can't believe that it has been only a week since the Minior. It felt like it has been like, you know, a lot longer since the Minior, but no, it has only been a week. It's just sometimes weird how time feels. Also, one thing as well, what I just realized is because I did indeed be getting a look at my Soul Silver. I didn't do too much in there, I just did do a few things in there. Is that for whatever reason, like Ice Path is having like level 20 Pokemon in it. And it's the place right before the final gym. And so it's like, huh. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, It's just strange that that's the case, you know. I know that it's of course not like the both areas that I'm hunting in right now, that they are either like right before the league or something like that, but it's still like very strange. I guess because you can get access to it somewhat early, so you know the Pokemon levels are not gonna be too high. It's just very strange that it's the case like that, you know? It's super duper strange to me. I guess that could like one of the reasons why I think it's odd, because if it's another cave that like leads to the league, then it's usually some sort of like ice place, you know. Sometimes it can technically be both. Or like, I guess that the other thing is that even though they're usually not like in an icy place, they are usually at like a top of a mountain, which is, I guess, fair enough. At the same time, it's kind of boring because like almost every single one of them is like on top of a mountain. Also, by the way, how do so many people end up in the Victory Road in old games? And then all of them don't have Pokemons that you know have, you know, the HMs. It's just like keeping them safe somewhere so they can get out whenever. Or what's going on? How do Pokemon trainers sometimes be end up in the situations as they do? I will say sometimes I would be wishing that, you know, in the older games that, you know, require HMs and whatnot, is that I would wish that we would be having like certain areas that Pokemons can be found in. Like, let's say like Victory Road, you know, sometimes you need rock climb. What if in the upper areas only, or lower areas only, there could be only the Pokemons that can learn rock climbing? Could that be interesting? That'd be very interesting indeed. But then again, it hasn't really been that big of a thing that, you know, only certain, like, patches of grass, for example, are having, like, different sets of encounters. It isn't that much of a case, indeed. It is a thing, and it's a shame that I think it should have been done more. It's an interesting idea, and like it kind of makes sense. Like, let's say that, you know, there is Pokemon rivals or Pokemon that are rivals, like Zangoose and Seviper. What if they would be available both on the same place? Or on the same route, but one would be in one bush more likely, and on the other one it would be the other way around, you know. Like, let's say in one bush Zangoose is a 1% and Seviper is like a 40%. And then there would be in the same route, there would be a bush that would be completely opposite with that. As I said, unfortunately, it didn't last too long. Which I do be finding to be a little bit of a shame. Because it was kind of a thing in Sword and Shield as well. It was more of a thing on the wild areas than it was in the routes. In the routes, like there is few places I remember that there was the case that different areas did have different encounter tables. But it was unfortunately mostly only in the like the visible ones. Like on Route 3 there is like at the end where they like near the mine. Or yeah. Near the mine there was like a ton of roly-coly. Unfortunately, didn't go as far as be also in the random encounter ones as well. Like there would be a like huge difference, which is a shame in my opinion, because I think it would have been quite cool. Like you already did like go halfway through with it, so why not to do the other half, you know? Would have been quite cool. In the wild areas, there's like there isn't too many areas that do it, but there is like some areas that have like different colored grass. Like there's a green grass and then there's like a yellowish grass, and they sometimes will be having quite like different Pokemon pool between the two, which I find very cool. As I said, it's a shame that it wasn't really done too much. Even though I think in Scarlet and Violet there is like a decent amount of that to be like a thing, like Pokemons will be only appearing in like rocky areas in some situations. For example, It is quite a cool thing though, and makes sense, you know, that you know, not every Pokemon is available everywhere. And I kind of wish that if we would be going back to like old games, random encounters being a thing, I would wish that that thing would be staying in. And you know, in different areas there can be different Pokemon spawning in. I really would wish so. Because, you know, it makes sense, and why not? Can it be making some Pokemon to be harder to be found? Yeah, but it's not like it hasn't been a thing forever. It's not like it hasn't been a thing forever. There we go. Oh, more Darumacas. It's been a very good amount of Darumacas today so far. I love it, I love it. Would hope that it would be continuing as well, that there's gonna be a decent amount of them there. I hope indeed. But yeah, one thing I will say that I sometimes feel that is so strange but interesting is that how sometimes simple like foods that don't have really anything going on but are like very flavorful. This most definitely doesn't have anything to do with that I may or may not have had waffles last night. And I was like very confused that it's so very flavorful. Which, you know, it isn't of course a bad thing, it's just interesting, you know. Like how there's so many like very simple and like honestly nothing going on recipes slash foods that for whatever reason they're very flavorful, and I mean I don't mind it. This is like very strange. Very strange indeed. But yeah, because we don't eat like waffles almost ever, it is always a little bit of struggle to do them. Because of course you gotta be figuring out how does the machine work. We usually use it for like making certain kinds of breads or warming up certain kind of breads, because it is also functioning as that. But it's very interesting that, you know, for whatever reason, every single time that we use it, it's always a little bit of a struggle because we don't use it too often to be making waffles. So it's always a little bit of a struggle, like, can we get it to be working? Because of course there's only a limited amount of batter that we have, you know? Because we like buy those like really just add like few ingredients, it's done once, because there's like a good amount in there for two in that package. So you know, why would we be bothering to do it ourselves? It's just like literally add water and baking powder. That's it. Oh, and either butter or oil, says the recipe. Like, it's that simple. I do be liking that, like, ready packages like that, and you know, adds just water basically or whatever. They have become like more and more a thing in here. Because like, yeah, surely I could be making it myself, but at the same time, I would need to buy all the ingredients for which not everything I use on like day-to-day basis. That's the thing. Like, we don't use them too much. And you know, it's just a lot simpler to be just adding something and it's ready, you know. And And yeah, no, it's not too expensive, the package that we do be getting anyways. Because I would like to say that just the amount of milk that we would need to buy is like about the same amount that we would be paying to be buying the ready package. Or at least like half of each, you know? And the problem is that, you know, you need a decent amount of milk as well. Of course, could we be downsizing? Yeah, but still. Like, honestly, the milk is the only thing that would be, like, the most expensive thing. I think this milk isn't too cheap. Compared to pretty much any single other ingredient. Because as I said before, like, we don't really use milk for anything, so we don't almost ever be having it, and unfortunately almost everything that we would be needing to use the milk for, it's only a very small amount. It's only a very small amount of milk that we would be needing. So, you know, buying a big package or a small package, we have a decent, like, we have quite a small packages. Like, basically one serving of milk. If you were drinking it would be like, we get those, so that's nice. So, it's not gonna be too much waste, but yeah. Just is unfortunately the case that the little amount that we do be buying, it's still too much. It's like every single reason that I can think of why would you need to be having milk is a thing that we don't do. We don't drink coffee or like eat cereal. So like those are the two main ones, apart from just literally drinking it, but I have never been the biggest fan of it, and I did get kind of bored when I was a kid as well, to be drinking milk. So yeah, I don't really want to be doing that anymore. And the thing is as well that, like, I have always kind of been the kind of person that I just don't like the taste of milk. Like, on its own. If it's with something, I'm fine with it, you know. For example, in, you know, cereal, it's fine. Or in the coffee, because you literally don't taste it. Because for me at least, it's more overpowering that there is the coffee as a taste. And yeah, like, I understand, like, why, you know, milk is important when you're growing up, but at the same time, like, you know, there's other ways to be getting the benefits as well that you'll be normally getting from milk. There's other ways. There was honestly some like time in my life that I honestly didn't like any milk product. I don't know why that was the case. I just didn't like any milk product. I mean, it was the time though that, you know, I was living with my parents and, you know, I was quite a young one at that. So like I needed to drink milk because it was the only option to be drinking when you're eating. Like there weren't any other options. As I said, I do be understanding the reasoning behind it, but at the same time, like, why? But yeah. I remember like at school whenever I did have the chance and I was eating in school, you know, I always did take water instead of milk. It was very strange in my opinion that like the only option was pretty much milk. Was another option, but you know, I didn't want to drink that either. Also, speaking of that, it's interesting. I'll actually Google it real quickly what it is in English. I think I know what it is, but I'm gonna be making sure because it's a quite odd word. I need to check it. There doesn't seem to be like a good translation for it, but it's like, it is like what I remember what it was called. It's like literally sour milk. And like there were the two options that we did have on the dinner table, you know. Was either milk or sour milk. And I didn't really want to be drinking either. I would rather be taking like water. But I don't know why, but like those were the only two options. It was such a shame as well. But yeah, probably the interesting thing is that I don't know when it occurred. But like my parents, they don't drink it anymore. I don't really know what stopped it, but they both did stop it at the same time. And then again, you know, things change. It's just was so strange. Very strange indeed. Oh, hello there. I did see you before 100 encounters. Just barely. Lovely. You love to see that. There we go. I will say one thing that would be kind of interested in is that I would be interested in going into few stores every time that I'm buying groceries, but the problem is that not every one of them is too close by. Because there's of course like certain things that, certain stores have that others don't, So, I would be interested in those like special things that, the stores have to offer, but the problem is that unfortunately not every store really has all the things that we would like otherwise like normally like to have. So, can be very frustrating to be buying everything from like some stores. But yeah, the unfortunate thing is indeed that like so many things are like they are like, available only in one store, and then you would be needing to specifically be going for that store. And the unfortunate part is that there's like few stores, even though they are like worldwide stores, there is very few of them around here still. So every single time that you are gonna be going into one, it's always gonna be like packed full of things and people. So like, then you're like, I don't really want to be going there. Yeah, I do be liking one thing because like when I was a kid, we did like only go into one grocery store ever, and it was like one of the only like Finnish ones. And I guess that was the reasoning. It was Finnish. But then like we started at some point to be like expanding, like where did we go, and I really liked it because there's a lot more options. Also, I will say that the place that we did live in before we did move here, it was like not really a small place, but still a small place, and it was like kind of old-ish. It still is. And the unfortunate part is that there is like almost like no one that is young is gonna be staying there, which is unfortunate, but the problem is that it's just not changing at all. It is, but very slowly. Like there's still like so many old things in the it like functions very like very much like an old places. I think it's a little bit more modern nowadays, but it's still like unfortunately quite away from it. And you know, I would be like fine with it if it would be like a smaller place in like kind of in the middle of nowhere. But the thing is that there is a pretty decently big like city nearby. So like I think it should be a little bit more modern. I don't say like I think the pictures like you don't need to be destroying the buildings and make them look more modern. Because that I think would be looking odd, because I think it's quite a nice place, looking like old. But just, you know, have more of nowadays options. So there's a decent amount of like actually like everywhere else but there it has like gone out of business, the kind of deal. And that's the problem, like why probably not too many people are like trying to move in there and wanting to be moving out. I think there's also the problem because nowadays, as I have said before, that it's mandatory to be having like you need to be studying until you're 18 thing is a thing nowadays. And I don't think there is two good options to be like going past the 9th grade to be going to either like high school or vocational school or whatever. So like people really can't stay in, and especially if you want to be going any higher than that, like for sure you need to be going somewhere else. Thankfully there is quite a good amount of like online places nowadays, but still. And the problem is that yeah, there is a big city nearby, but there isn't too many options there either. It's a shame. It's a very much of a shame in my opinion that it's like that. I'm honestly quite glad in like one part that we did move out from there, like thinking like nowadays things. It is a shame sometimes that there is quite a good amount of those places that, you know, they're just not evolving with everything else around it, they're just staying the same. As I said, it is a fairly big place. So, you know, in my opinion, like fairly big places should be going on with how the world is changing, you know. I don't remember if it was the city that I used to live in or was it like somewhere nearby, but they did like build an entire school made out of wood or something like that. And I was one thing that from what I remember hearing about that, it isn't doing so well. It was a big thing, it was like all over the news, but unfortunately, you know, it just isn't the most ideal. And if I also remember correctly, for whatever reason, it was kind of built in the middle of nowhere as well. In there. Like, it wasn't even the case that it was like close by into like where people would be needing it, you know? It's like somewhere else, a little bit out of the way, so like, why? I mean, maybe they did have a plan to be building something there. I didn't really care too much about it. It was just very interesting that it was all over the place. But yeah. The unfortunate thing also about the place that I used to live in is when I was literally born, the same place, is that I find it very unfortunate that like even when we did move out, it already started to kind of be out of touch with like how things are like, you know, evolving as such. It's just so sad to be seeing it to be going like that. I mean, I will say one thing that I might be having even worse like feelings about the place. If I did really care too much about it nowadays, the place, because I don't really care too much about it anymore. I almost never go there because there's like almost no one that I would need to see there. It's almost no one that I need to see like over there at all. I know that some of my relatives still live there, and some have even moved there. You know, fair enough. It's a nice place to live, but it's just, I guess because I'm so like used to like how things work nowadays, it would just for me be weird to be living there. You know. I don't think it would be impossible to live there per se, but it's just it's like feeling weird to think about. I mean, probably the biggest thing is that I don't know if there is a 24 store there. And you know, I'm just always be loving the thing that I can be going into the store in the middle of the night if I want to. I mean, it is of course a little bit farther away, like you need to be driving there a little bit longer, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's just, you know, nice to know. Especially because it's not like only like the thing that you can be going to. buy, for example, a well, whatever you're missing on your food in the middle of the night, or like because it also is like having the thing that if you really need, I guess, a sink or something, you can technically be going ahead and buying each. Or a dishwasher. Like, if you really need that thing in the middle of the night, it's an option. I don't know who would, but it's nice. And I think it's also very nice to those people that would be working in like night shifts as well. Because, you know, you can sleep if you want to whenever you get from work. Like, you don't have to like go to the store like when you get out of work or something like that. And the nice thing as well that if you need like food for work, you can be buying in the middle of the night if you have a nice night job indeed. You can be going ahead and buying food then. It just, you know, gives a lot more freedom. I know a lot of places did do it for, you know, certain thing, but I do be hoping that it is here to stay. I mean, it has been few years since, you know, the thing happened anyways. So I would like to say that it's most likely gonna be at least some parts staying like that. It is so strange though whenever you would need to be going to a store that isn't really open on the weekends. Because I'm just so used to like most of the stores, they are open in the weekends indeed. I've mentioned it before that they are open like until they're open until like 6 p.m. You know, which is like nice. I very much love that it's not a thing that things aren't open at all on Sundays. I mean, some places still are like that, but you know, it's fine. It's not like it's the most necessary thing to be having open every day, you know? Also, probably the funniest thing about the oh, hello there. How are you doing? Probably the funniest thing about the fact that, you know, back in the day, stores can be open whenever they want is that there were a few stores that were willing to pay quite a good amount of money so they can be open on Christmas Day, for example. Because they needed to be paying that money. Thankfully they don't need you anymore. I mean, is it possible that the stores, they don't have too many things in Christmas Day? Yeah. It's likely that there is not too many, you know, people working. Yes. And you know, it's still an option if you need something. There is one thing that I don't miss, by the way, about Christmas, since I did talk about that some stores did need to be paying quite a good amount of money to be open on Christmas Day, for example, is that I still remember how much I disliked going into multiple places to be eating on Christmas. Like, not that I did mind to go there, I just didn't want to be eating. We didn't do it for too many years anyways, from what I remembered. Or what I remember myself. It is mostly thanks to that we did move to here, so, you know, we weren't as close to what I consider to be my grandparents. So, you know, there is that. As I said, I didn't mind the idea of going there, I just didn't want to be eating. And I always remember like one Christmas that it was like ridiculously busy everywhere. And we needed to go in like few hours to like 3 different places. And I absolutely hated it. I just wanted to, you know, be home playing with my, you know, new toys. It was all that I wanted. But as I said before, I absolutely hate... Like, nowadays I absolutely hate the idea that I did get so many toys as presents. Because, like, I never did use really any of them for too long. And then there is the... Then there is the thing that... I would have liked to be buying my own toys instead, because then I wouldn't be getting what I wanted. Because it's always a hit and miss with them. That's why I have always found it weird when, like, my parents did get very upset that I did say that I don't know what I wanted for Christmas. Because it's the truth. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know what I want for Christmas because I don't, especially nowadays, I don't care if I get anything. Because like I guess I kind of realized that most of the gifts that I did get, even though I did ask for them sometimes, I didn't care too much about them. Like after like a little while, so like I guess I just thought that I just don't want to be wasting money. Oh. Another stone journer? Oh, hello there. Once again. Trying to catch up, eh? Stone churners are trying to catch up indeed. I wonder if we can hit 8k today on Lanakila. I mean, if we need to go that high, then definitely yes, because it was only 500 encounters. And, you know, I would like to say that that's definitely a possibility. Oh. It takes about like 1.5 hours-ish to be getting 200 checks. You know, definitely a possibility to be hitting that today relatively quickly. Relatively quickly indeed. It's always so interesting, by the way, if you are gonna be switching your hunts at some point, you know, as one does. Sometimes you just get lucky with the hunts that you just started. It is very interesting that you just decided, hey, let's just go for there for a little while, and then it's like... Oh, I already found something. You go back to another hunt and it's still taking forever. But then again, that is unfortunately how luck does work. Sometimes you get ridiculously lucky, sometimes it's just, you know, you're never getting anything. But that's a thing that I don't mind myself. Reminding myself indeed. I probably should at some point be continuing my ice path on in this whole silver though. There's always just so many hunts that I should be continuing. I just kind of keep forgetting. I kind of keep forgetting indeed. You know what would be kind of a smart thing to do? To be stocking up on usual Pokeballs. Or some unusual Pokeballs as well. I will say one thing that I have personally never used in Sword and Shield is actually Cramomatic. I have never ever used it. I I understand the usage for it, but like I just have never been like in a situation where I would like to be using it. And I think I should be having like at least a decent amount, like if I want to be giving it a try. At least if not in this file, I should be having a decent amount in my file that is the original shield, I would like to say. It's like, I don't know, I never really found a use for them. When I think of, when I talk about it, I'm kind of interested to know how many I would be having. Then again, I haven't really been collecting them too much on this one. Definitely, if I ever want to be doing the thing. The curry hunt, I probably need to be going ahead and shaking some trees. When I hit the next 100, then I will be checking what's the situation honestly with the things. So I'm curious. Imagine saying things out loud and then they will be getting your interest up. Imagine. What yeah. We did do kind of a small thing yesterday and on Saturday. We did like fill our fridge up with so many things because it is again gonna be like a colder moment in here and our car doesn't appreciate the cold weather because, you know, an old car. And also our thingamathing is kind of broken. That should be able to like warm up the car. Like the timer is broken there. Because it's so warm there. But yeah. Yeah, since it is gonna be indeed be getting colder, and of course, as I said, it's our car can be handling things, and also it's probably gonna be again like one of those. It's not recommended to be going out as well. Weathers. Because there has been quite a good amount of them lately, like in the last few weeks there has been like quite a good amount of them indeed. Nice snizzles. But yeah, it to be expected though. Some days it is because it's, you know, so cold. Some days it is because it is getting warm. And things are, you know, melting, but at the same time they might be freezing when they are melting, you know. so you know. Not the nicest of weathers. But you know. What can you do? What can you do indeed? Nothing really. No. It was just a matter of time though with the Mr. Mime. It's a matter of time with any single one of them. It is just unfortunate I can't be getting an encounter like fast enough, so you know there is never gonna be a visible one there. I can technically be fast enough so there isn't gonna be one on the first time, but unfortunately when I get out of that battle it's gonna be forcing in something there. It's gonna be forcing something indeed. Some fast mount on Aquila, let's go! That was a random one, nice. It is interesting though that it hasn't happened to me too many times. The situation that I have been getting a random encounter and then, you know, a curious Pokemon has, like, moved close enough, so I will be encountering it straight away, you know. It usually is the aggressive kind, it's like getting close enough. Have I been getting before, like, immediate encounters? Yes. Usually not from random ones. It's usually the case that there is like two that are in the overworld. And then, you know, they are grouping together because they are both curious. Curious little Pokemons. Now, I'm gonna check out indeed how many of the things I have, because as I said, I'm curious. Surprise, surprise, I have a bunch of these. Probably from when I was doing some of the dance, I would like to say. Because I don't personally be spending money on these. So I don't really care too much. I have one fossilized fish, one fossilized rat, and 2 birds. 2, that's 6. 2. A decent amount of those as well. Also, I will say one thing that I absolutely do hate is to be getting the version exclusive, like, ingredient. If you want to be getting, like, bunch of them. So bad. Already in battle items? No. Why is max... Oh, okay, that makes sense then, but it's a waste of a turn. Would the things be in here? There's always the opportunity that I don't have. Oh, there they are. Okay, I have a decent amount of them. I mean, not too crazy, but you know, it could be a lot worse. Also, I'm gonna be sorting them just in case. Yeah. And there's a decent amount of them for sure. I want to be giving it a try. I don't think I will be wanting to, but it's an option nonetheless. Max honey. I like that I can use it as a revive. Yeah, I want to be using the max honey as a revive thing. So another thing that I'm curious about is that... How long was this? Like what day it was? Oh yeah, because it's gonna be a wrong one. Oh yeah. Because it was that day. Yeah, it's gonna be the wrong one, I forgot. Because I need to keep switching the date. I was always going backwards, I didn't go forwards. So... yeah. It is unfortunate that weather is sometimes very much of a pain. I honestly will say one thing. As an idea, I don't mind the weather thing. As I said, it's a cool feature and I would wish that more games would be taking account for that. And as I said, I don't think that Sword and Shield make the most amount of sense lore-wise to be having it. But it is what it is. But I would wish... Or yeah, no, I wouldn't wish, but I like indeed those games that, you know, there's like weather-based things. But you can kind of control the weather, you know. Like, let's say that you can be sleeping a little bit longer to be getting the weather that you would like to be getting, for example. I wouldn't be minding that, personally. It's quite cool, if you ask me. But I just don't like the Pokemon approach too much. And in most situations, it's guaranteed to be a certain weather or it's gonna be a random one. I mean, makes sense because, like, sleeping isn't really a big thing in Pokemon games. But yeah, I don't mind, like, in games that there is, like, certain collectible things that, you know, I can be making. Like, I need to be catching in certain weathers. As I said, as long as I have more of a control of each, as I said, sleeping. Sometimes there is like certain things that you can do to be summoning the correct weather the next day. Things along those lines, you know. I will say one thing that I do be hating about weather sometimes is that how it's affecting the gameplay. Like, if it affects it too much, like there is way too many downsides for certain kinds of weather that you can be doing this and this thing. Because it's the weather. It's gonna be annoying. If it's like a little differences, I don't mind it. There's only one big reason why I would absolutely love the Mount Lanakila hunt to be done. And that very good reasoning is that I would be wishing then that after that I can go ahead and continue the thing. Lord Kuno. Yes, the Mount Lanakila is for me more important to be getting done. I don't know how much I will be doing then the thing called Articuno, like how often it's gonna be a thing. As I said, it's a Gen 1 hunt, it do be requiring a certain amount of attention that not too many other generations do be needing. Like surely, like if you're doing the like certain resets in Gen 2 anyways. You need to be like, you can technically be speeding it up if the HP isn't correct, you know. I don't know how many people do it. I know that some people have done it, like do we actually be looking at the HP stat, or is it if they're doing the starter ones, is it female or male? Or like if it's a female one, you can automatically be resetting the game no matter what. I guess that's the first thing, but some people do it even like that they like see how much HP it has and then they decide do they even check it, because the HP needs to be in certain ways as it is with other stats. I'm very glad though that they did change it. Because it would be quite unfortunate if still like we would be only having 2 unknowns that can be shiny. And you know certain Pokemon that have a certain gender ratio can be shiny because they are female. Like, it would be very unfortunate if that would be the case. It is, you know, understandable and whatnot, but it is still very unfortunate. You sure about that? But yeah, one very unfortunate thing has been going on with me, like lately. I don't know why and how. Is that you know, I have been, you know, cutting things, and for whatever reason, I have like managed to hurt myself in a way that, you know, nothing comes out, but it is still like very unfortunate if anything hits it, you know? And I'm like, how? Like, it happened twice. Once I was like cutting onion, and I didn't even notice it. Because like, nothing going on, and then the second time was when like ending the stream on Saturday, we decided to be making salad. And we needed avocado for each. And there was like one that was like maybe a little too done. There was one that wasn't ready to eat even though it's sold as ready to eat. It's literally sold as like ready to eat. But it's rock hard. So, thanks. It's always the case. It's very unfortunate. And then there was a third avocado that we did have, but unfortunately, like, I thought it did look like weird. Like the seed thing that it has. Like, I thought it looked weird, and then, you know, we did Google it just to be sure, and I was correct, it was bad. But, like, everything did go fine, like, until that part. But then I did start to cut the third one. And, oh god. It was indeed like cutting into a rock. It did hurt. And then of course, since I'm like pressing down quite a good amount, and it did slip, so again I did get like a kind of cut that like it's almost gone now, and you know, as I said, didn't like, and nothing like really happened. But then yesterday, since we decided to like return all the bottles that we have lying around, and you know, emptying all the things out of them, because you can't really be returning bottles if they have, you know, liquid in them. So I was opening the bottles, and I guess because I have been like, I usually open like the bottles one way, because why wouldn't I? I'm so used to be, you know, opening them one way. And I was opening them, you know, emptying them out as one does. And I guess because I did open like so many of them, I did again like get a little like accident going on. It's healed already, like it didn't take long to be like that. It's like a lot better. It's still, it doesn't really hurt, but I like can be feeling the difference, you know, that it is not feeling normal. But at least it's not hurting, and that's the big part. Yeah, been very unlucky lately with those. But fortunate enough indeed that like nothing like apart from that being happening. Unlike, unfortunately, my boyfriend, he was boiling some eggs in our egg boiling machine. Because we have those. We're very fancy, also we're kind of lazy. And as I said, it's so nice that I can just, you know, make a hole on the bottom or top, whatever my thing. Which way ever, it doesn't matter because we can be putting it whatever way. Put some water in. And then, you know, let it do its thing, and then it will be making a loud sound when it's done. But yeah, unfortunately, even though like he did everything correctly, for whatever reason the egg did explode. It's very unfortunate. I think I will be cleaning it today. Because, you know, since it did, you know, explode, it did explode like inside the machine, so, or the thing. So, you know, it needs to be cleaned. It's very unfortunate. I will say though, one thing that I'm kind of glad about that has like never ever happened to me or anyone that I really know is that we haven't had a really bad experience with hard-boiled eggs. I think one of the worst cases where I did have like a thing where I thought that should I be like tossing the entire like batch of hard-boiled eggs was the situation where like 2 of them did like completely break in one batch. And I will say one thing that I still don't know the correct way to be hard-boiling eggs. Is the way that I did it for quite some time was that I did first boil the water and then I put the eggs in. As you know, one does. But then I don't remember from who I did hear that you should be putting them into the non-boiling water. And like the reasoning makes sense. First of all, because you're not dropping them from such high up, because if you don't use like a spoon or something, you're gonna be dropping them to the boiling water, so you don't want to be touching it. And you know, once they hit the bottom, they might be breaking. But then they also did say that like the temperature difference between the egg and the like the boiling water is like big enough so it can be cracking it as well. Which, as I said, it makes sense. And I will say one thing. I am the kind of person that I really like a hard-boiled egg. I don't like it like soft-boiled. Like, I don't mind if it's a little bit like on the soft-boiled side. Like, I don't mind that too much, but like, I'd rather be having a hard-boiled egg than a soft-boiled egg. Which is a weird thing because like when I was a kid, I also like when we did have like fried eggs, I always wanted the egg yolk to be like broken so it would be cooked completely. But nowadays I honestly will be preferring if it's like, you know, not broken, and even if it's even runny. It's weird. How your preferences might be changing from like changing completely opposite from what you did like before. It is very interesting indeed. One thing about eating eggs, especially the hard-boiled ones, I may or may not have been learning from my parents to be putting way too much salt. I may or may not have been. Hello there, how are you doing? Okay, what happened on Pokemon Showdown then? Is that basically like a ranking system then? Or what are like what are the points for? I haven't never used. Yeah. Never used Pokemon Showdown myself. Just be sometimes be watching things about it. I will say that sometimes Pokemon Showdown is quite boring to be watching because like I just feel like nothing is going on. Like as a viewer. It'd be nice if there would be always like some sort of like commentary going about Pokemon Showdown. Yeah. It is unfortunately the case sometimes. You missed like a 95% accurate move 10 times in a row. Yeah. I know how that feels when like the opponent is like getting rid of whatever the thing is that would be marking them to be not moving at all and getting rid of it very fast, and whenever you have it you don't care. Definitely not the experience in Dynamax Adventures half of the time. And it's not like they have like early bird or something like that. Be waking up way earlier. Well, Pokemon has kind of always been though about RNG. Things either go your way or they don't. Yeah, I can understand that. Isn't it the case in Pokemon Showdown, though, that it's not too hard to be building teams because you don't actually need to be building the Pokemons yourself? Just just putting the stats in. Yeah. So at least you're not spending like hours upon hours making a good team. Is there different settings in there to be working in different generations still? Or is it always like the most up-to-date thing? Nice. So you can be battling old school way if you would like to. Even though I always be hating it because I'm always confused when I'm trying to be using something like that and then I'm like why doesn't this be like this thing effective wise, because it has been changing. Because I'm always like thinking, of course, the like nowadays thing, like whatever is like nowadays a thing. Don't be playing too much of the older games, and if I do, I don't really care too much. And I mean, not too many things have been changing anyways. Like, probably one of the biggest differences, apart from the obvious ones, for me is the steel type change. That it's no longer resisting dark and ghost, if I remember correctly. Because that's not so obvious. Like, everything else I do be remembering quite well. And I will say though, I don't know why it was the case in the first place. Like, why did it resist dark and ghost? It just doesn't make sense. And I mean, it definitely didn't need to be getting any more resistances. Resists like half of the things anyways. And is immune to one in most situations. Yeah, I guess so. It's funny thing though, like everyone like knows that steel type, it is still kind of broken, but no one really says that it is. Low battery. It's always like the only types that are saying that they are ridiculously strong are dragon and fairy, depending on when it is brought up. But then like steel is like something else. Because probably the biggest complaint that I always remember about steel type that people are just annoyed that it's not called a metal type. Which, you know, fair enough. But still. I would like to say that there probably is a good reasoning for it not to being called a metal type. Don't know though what it could be, but there probably is a good reason. Yeah, bauxite could be called an insect type as well. I don't know, is it actually called that in Japanese? Or do I remember incorrectly? Hello there. What are you doing? I'm not doing any DAs today. We're doing today random ones. At least they are not planned, but depending on how things go, maybe. I need to try and finish up my other hunts as well. And I mean, I did get on DAs, I did get the Eveltal hunt to be done. Okay, I just thought it might be called an insect type there. But yeah, bug type could be called an insect type. But I don't know though, because it could be like why like bug type isn't called insect type. For me, like why that would be making sense that it is indeed called bug type instead is because maybe kids might not be understanding a word insect. Like for kids, it's more like easier to like understand the word bug. You know what's quite interesting to me when it comes to type things? Is that people are always complaining that certain type combinations haven't been done. Which is, you know, fair enough, but I think it should be brought up more about, like, only once have been used type combinations as well. Like, there's so many Rotom forms where I don't really count that the type combination is being used. Because, like, it's a temporary thing. So, you know, even if that would be the case, I would be liking to see more. And then there is the ones that aren't a thing anymore because, you know, Megas aren't around. Even though I think that's only Mega Altaria. But you know, still is. I don't think there is any electric fire types that aren't Rotom. And the other thing is as well, like another one that is it should be having more types would be the Zen mode, Galarian Darmanitan, the Ice Fire. Because again, it's just a temporary thing. But then again, they might just be, you know, checking off the type combinations technically, so they are not gonna be... might be... never be doing them again, which is unfortunate, but... I think that, like, Dragon and Fairy is definitely gonna be a thing at some point. Because Megas aren't around anymore. Apart from Pogo, of course, but... I think it's quite likely indeed that... that would be one of the most likely candidates to be having. Yeah, is Volcanion the only fire and water one? Am I missing on another one? Yeah, I have talked about it a lot, that there is like so many like interesting type combinations that is also only with like legendaries or mythicals. Yeah. It's not like it's easy to be getting Volcanion anyways. Like, wasn't it only like few events? Or something like that. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a great rest of the day. There's one app on my phone that I don't use too often, but you know, every once in a while. And I just hated that, like, it changes the icon thing, like, at least like once a week it seems like, and I'm like, whenever I'm then like looking for the app, I'm like, where is it? Because it just keeps changing. It's hard to be finding it. I can't know where it is. Where is it hiding? It just is very frustrating. I've always though hated when apps do be doing that they are changing the icon all the time. It doesn't bother me if they change it like slightly, you know, be more updated, you know, but if it changes like completely every once in a while, it bothers me quite a bit. And it's like, why? Why, oh, why, oh, why? There we go. I'm honestly surprised that wasn't a cup chew. There we go. Unfortunately, it's not available. The games that I would like to be getting it in because I don't have a system that can be doing that. Technically, I don't have, like, you know, the old DS that I could be putting other game on the other slot, you know. I know that there is ways around it, you know, there is. But I don't think that I will be doing that. I think I will be just missing out on it, you know. It's not the end of the world. It is indeed very unfortunate because I think it was quite a cool feature that you could be having the sound thing going about in your some of the DS games. I think it's very cool. It's just it's very unfortunate that, you know, you of course need to be having the other game and be having the system to be supporting it. And you know, it's not the easiest nowadays to be getting the system to be supporting it, you know. Not the easiest indeed. It is always a shame that, you know, one of those more obscure consoles, no matter what, like who has done it, it's so unfortunate that, you know, once they kind of go out of touch, you can't be finding them anywhere anymore. Or if you can, it's gonna be ridiculously expensive and or broken. Which isn't always the worst case scenario because some of the like very obscure ones, there is still like somewhat easy ways to be fixing them. Which is nice, you know. Because I do be liking the feature that you might be able to fix your system yourself, you know. It is very nice. It's very nice indeed. I don't know, like, still, like, where did it got you me that I just like, you know, messing around with the small electronics. Especially, you know, if they're already broken, like, first of all, why not to try to fix it? And the second thing is that if it's already broken, it's not like I can break it. And I can, like, see what's going on about. Unfortunately, we didn't have too many, like, small electronics like that when I was growing up. I'm not too much into it anymore because I am and I'm not, because like nowadays, of course, is, you know, internet is a big thing. I already know quite a good amount from there. Might be doing something quite interesting next week now that I think about it. Might be doing something quite interesting indeed next week. Let's see. Will I be doing it or not, you know? And I'm somewhat interested in doing it, so... There'll be something interesting going on indeed next week. Would be a bit unusual, but I think it could be quite nice and fun. Yeah, I think I might be... I don't know, might be doing this hunt that I'm like, or these both hunts that I'm doing today. I might be doing them at least once again this week. Probably on Thursday, because on, like, of course tomorrow is gonna be the thing. Tomorrow is gonna be the thing indeed. Called Alpha Gudra. It really depends on, of course, how I'm feeling. I might be doing the EEST at some point on Thursday, but I think the nice game plan of doing it both on Friday and on Saturday is a nice plan, or Sunday if I'm off on Saturday. Maybe next video is gonna be interesting. We shall see indeed. Thankfully for that I don't need to be doing too much preparation as well, which is very nice. Yes, I'm quite set on that. Indeed. There is the dude. Why is the ice cream Pokemon everywhere in this game, in the snowy places? Why? Why are you here? What are you doing? Oh yeah, one very unfortunate thing that we hopefully have a fix on that I tried to do last night was that I tried to play Black 2. No, you know, S1 does. Unfortunately, it just kept like crashing. And it didn't make too much sense. It isn't like too bad otherwise, but you know, in every single Pokemon game there is the very unfortunate thing called an intro. So you know, it's gonna be taking a while to be doing it. At least I will say, because it was very consistent, the crash that did happen, like it always did happen, and like if I did do certain things, so of course I can avoid it, but you know, it is one of the things that I would be appreciating if I would be having the opportunity to be doing whenever I want, and it is to check the summary. That was crashing. I could check it, you know, in I could check it on the what is it? Like in battle, but like if I try to like check out the summary screen on the in the thing, I couldn't be. If I be going into Pokemon and then try to select summary, it was just crashing. But yeah, apparently there is anything that I can do for each. And I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it, you know, would be very nice to be having as an option, you know.
Mä katsoin vaan sniperin.
Above on the snow, why are you doing this to me? I really don't want you to be shiny. It would be very upsetting if you would be. Would be very upsetting if you would be. I think when I hit 400 chicks today, which is 7,900 or 3,900, I think I will be getting up and stretching a little bit. It'll be like at that point, like around 3 hours of hunting. It's around that indeed. You know, it is nice to be getting up and stretching. I don't know why this came into my mind again. I know that I have been talking about it every once in a while, is that I like automating some things. It's very nice as a feature. There's like some things that I will say that I personally would be preferring to be doing manually, like, and I need to be doing everything myself, you know, not being automatic like that. Because it usually is in games that I've been talking about it, like, I don't mind making automatic farms, for example, in games. But then again, there's like some things that I would rather be having to be a manual one, because either I don't need too many of the things, like ever, I just literally don't use it ever for anything. Or the other thing is that it's just, you know, it's nice to be doing that. I know it's not in the case in gaming that usually, like in gaming, people don't mind people automating things. Which, you know, makes sense because, you know, everyone wants to be playing games differently. But in some situations, it's so weird in real life that certain things are being automated and it's like people are upset about it. I do be getting it to an extent. But, you know, even the way that I see automating things is that there is still going to be a person that is gonna be like needing to watch how things go, see if things go bad. But yeah, each to their own though. Each to their own. It just is like, I guess it is honestly for me with pretty much anything that I don't understand people to be too upset about so many things. Because I like to be like testing out new things and, you know, stuff along those lines. I think it's, you know, cool. It's just, it's weird when, you know, someone is so against it every single time. I mean, there is certain things that I absolutely hate to be changing. I absolutely hate changing, for example, phones. Even though I, like, do be saying that I'm personally, like, quite easily be, like, adapting to new technology and new things. I think it's more that I'm used to the old one. And if it's too drastically different from what I'm used to, it's gonna be hard. And I guess because like I have almost never gotten a phone into the situation that it's unusable. It is very few times that I've been getting it in that situation, and as I said, I absolutely hate to be I hate to be like stop using things that still work, even though in most situations it's better to be getting a new one just for safety reasons. It is always the case though. Interesting. No, Sneasel. One thing I will say that I'm always curious about is that even though, gender ratios are like 50-50, whatever is the gender ratio, it's always interesting to know though, like how close it is actually to the, for example, a 50-50. Like how close it is to that. Oh. Like how close it is to that actually. So of course it's not gonna be, you know, perfect. That's not to be expected at all. It will be perfect 50-50 because, you know, there is some luck involved always. And there is, you know, some things that might be making the chance to be different, like Q Charm, for example, would be making it different. It's always interesting to be seeing, like, people to be like checking out the in quotes the actual gender ratio. And then you go to a website and it says that it's not 50-50, it's like 59-49. 51-49. You're like, huh? Basically the same thing, you know? Because of course there's gonna be a wiggle room, it is just depending on your luck, you know? Are you gonna be finding something easier or not? Like indeed, like anyways, like with the rarity, it's always easy or interesting to be seeing like how accurate it is with the table that, you know, the game developers are saying to you, if they say anything at all. It's quite a good amount of quite a good amount of like places that just say that it's rare. And that's it. You know, fair enough. This thing is rare to be seen. Oh, thanks. It really helps me out. Oh, another stone churner. Yo. Another stone churner. Let's go. Two to 400 checks in, indeed, in about 3 hours. Was to be expected. It is always nice when things go in their face, so you know what to be expecting from a day, like how many encounters am I gonna be getting. So nicely consistent. I will still say though that at some point I will most definitely be doing a hunt where I will be only encountering the Pokemon that I'm gonna be trying to be getting. There's few that are fairly easy that I'll be doing that I could be doing it for sure. And I'm quite interested in each. The other one is that I really want to be doing at some point the thing that after I have KO like let's say 100 of them or something like that. After that I would be like only checking the ones with an aura. To like actually like know how good luck. Of course the thing is with that unfortunately the encounters themselves are gonna be very slow because you know you need to be rolling the luck to be getting the aura to be there in the first place. But then again, for new Pokemon there is quite good locations to try to do it for. So you know it's not impossible. I don't know, I just like to be doing like silly hunts like that sometimes. They don't make the most amount of sense, but might as well, you know, do them. It's funny like that. Another hunt that I'm very interested in doing, but I don't know if I will be ever doing it, is like, it's specifically the hunt for the charcoal in the Galar Mine #1. Because, I don't know. There's of course other Pokemons that you could be doing it for that would be functioning the same. Again. Lovely. What, yeah? Of course, before I do that, I need to be double checking that, you know, it's not like weirdly shiny locked. Do we indeed? As I said, I'll be stretching out a little bit after this one. It's been, you know, 3 hours. Could be stretching. I mean, I do be doing stretching every once in a while, but like, you know, big ones. We'll be continuing shortly. I'll still be here. Just be stretching. There we go. Reaching. Well, let's continue, shall we? Nicely stretched indeed. Yeah, 800 should be like decently easy doable if we do the math thing. Like 800 checks. Because 700 checks is the one that I need to be more or less to be hitting the odds to be at double odds. Odds to be at double odds. You know the thing. The odds to be at double odds. But yeah, I have a chance indeed today to be hitting like actually double odds on Mount Lonakila. It doesn't leave too much room, so I probably would be then after that be quite easily be hitting the odds next time, most likely on Dharmaka as well. It's quite likely, indeed, to be hitting the odds then. But we shall see, we shall see. You never know what happens before it happens, you know. Shiny Pokemon is always a surprise. I don't know, for me it's always a kind of a surprise. I mean, sometimes more than others for sure, but it's still a surprise. Because even though there's a decent amount of guaranteed shiny Pokemon, there aren't too many like guaranteed shiny Pokemon that would be like you encountering them from a wild. It's usually either like displayed on the overworld before you encounter each that it's shiny, or it's like a gift Pokemon that you know is guaranteed to be a shiny one. So like it's not like that, even though it would be kind of a cool thing. Imagine like there would be in a Pokemon game there would be like a guaranteed shiny. It would be random depending on the game. And it would be from a random grass encounters. I mean, it would be quite silly to be having it, but you know. It could be quite hilarious as well. And like the way to know that it's the guaranteed one is that no matter what you do, it's gonna be captured, you know? I guess always gonna be an instant capture, you know? I think that could be quite interesting. Even though it's a little silly. Then though, when I don't be thinking about silly things. Because I think that could be an interesting way to be making a guaranteed shiny. You would need to be finding it somewhere in the game. But there would be like some way of knowing that it's your guaranteed shiny of the save file, you know? Could be very interesting. Well, you never know. It is kind of a thing though with Pokemon games and like having a guaranteed shiny instead. There seems to be the case that, of course, if it is in the remake that has a guaranteed shiny, of course it's gonna be having a guaranteed shiny in the remake, I would like to say. But it's interesting that they happen fairly often. Like, they happen in, like, groups. Like, there's a lot of, like, guaranteed shiny Pokemons at once, and then there is, like, a big cap whenever the next one is happening. At least so far it has been the case. There's usually, like, few games that have, like, guaranteed shinies in a row, and then there is like maybe a few generations, and then there's gonna be once again some more. Maybe. And I will say, even though it's a thing that not everyone loves, guaranteed shiny Pokemon, but most of the time there is still like a decent amount of work you need to be putting in order to be getting each. There's only very few, in my opinion, that, you know, are very easy. Or you get there's a lot of like, you need to be doing this thing and get lucky in there in order to be getting a shiny as a reward. And most of the time, in my opinion, it's not the easiest thing to do. And you know, of course, if you don't want to be getting the free shiny, then, you know, don't get it. It just is, you know, cool. You have done so many things, and then you get some sort of a cool reward. It's very unfortunate in games. It's so many times out of the 10 the situation that you do something for like so many times, And then there's like literally no reward. It's a thing in Pokemon games as well. I mean, usually at least you get money, but you could be getting money other way. So, whatever. But I think it would be like cooler if you could be getting at least some sort of a reward for what you did do that was more or less difficult to do. Because like the thing is like, why would you do sometimes some things like over and over again specifically if you're not getting a reward out of it? There's always the rumors that you need to be doing this thing like 1,000 times to be able to get something in a game, and then someone does it and doesn't get anything and is very disappointed. I'm always trying to think what could that be for me, like a playground rumor. Because like, as I said, never had Pokemon when growing up, so can't be really Pokemon. It wasn't honestly a thing in too many like friends that I did have anyways. They did have like bigger consoles instead. I don't really know what could be one for me. And again, I could be old but not old enough, so you know, they weren't as a big thing anymore. But then again, like even thinking like internet and like what is it like things in there? I don't think that there was too many that I did like actually believe too much. There was like few that I did believe for a little while, but then I thought that hey, that's dumb. There's no way that that's real, and it was usually the case that they weren't real. But hey, you never know, you never know. And I guess nowadays it's a lot harder to be getting anything like that anyways. Because, you know, internet is so a big thing nowadays. And you know, it's easy to be finding things on both sides. I guess then usually the whatever like did start a thing is it like they are saying that it's not true or it is the true thing. Usually depending on what starts it, there usually someone saying things against it. I guess why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be, you know? And it's quite funny that there is like certain recipes that I know that have to be like, at least if not like originally from here, like that specific recipe needs to be from here, because there's like certain things that, you know, I think there's like in every country there is like a certain like food item that really no one else is gonna be using. At least not as much, if like might be used, but like not as much. And one of those things that for me, like I think that it like kind of has to be like, at least as I said, modified in here is if a recipe has blue cheese. Because it's one of those foods that like it really does indeed be switching like do you like it or do you not like it thing. Like you either like it or you don't like it. It's very much like that, you know. It's just this like that, and then it is unfortunate that, you know, what I have been thought that, you know, recipes, they're just, you know, templates, you can be making whatever you want from them. But the unfortunate thing is that some things in some recipes you can't really be switching around or leaving out, because, you know, it's gonna be changing how the entire thing is, which is, you know, what it is. But it's just unfortunate. This is, as I said, red onions for me are probably a no-go. It seems like it might not be at least that bad anymore, so, you know, we'll be trying. But I don't know. I'm not allergic, but my stomach doesn't also really like it. At least in large quantities. And it could be always the thing that how it is, you know, prepared. You see certain things that, you know, my stomach can be handling if it's prepared in a certain way. For example, onions. I can eat very well like regular old onions. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't really like raw onions personally in most situations. Unlike if it's like roasted onions. Oh god. Nope. Also, oh god, that lag. idea. It is what it is, though. It is indeed. People like different things and it's completely fine. Completely fine indeed. Quite funny if the third sneasel in a row. No, not the third sneasel in a row. Oh. Want to remind myself again about shiny Mr. Mime, that is the kind that is in here in the random encounters. Want to remind myself. It is going to be somewhat obvious. It's not gonna be the most obvious. I will say that much. It's not gonna be the most obvious one. It's gonna be like, you know, decently obvious. It's not like something like Sneasel that not completely changes, but you know, almost completely changes. Check out. Slowly but surely. Gonna be getting there. Mr. Ma. Valerian Hall. There it is. Oh yeah, that's a very nice one. Do be indeed. There we go. Well, it is a possibility because it's one of the ones that I will most likely be running into quite fast because, you know, it is quite a large Pokemon and it's interested in you and it's, you know, following you around. So it's quite likely that I will be running into it quite fast. It's like it's blocking the entire thing. It's like it's blocking the entire thing indeed. Oh. Snowburn. How dare you? Soon gonna be encountering that Sneasel. There we go. At least one more time I'm gonna be able to escape each. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna be encountering it at some point. There it is. The dude. Do we get the same thing on the other game though? We don't. I mean, it did happen twice, and they both were the same gender as well, so, you know. I'll take that. I'm gonna check out a thing. So I'm interested in one Pokemon. I think I have searched it before, but I'm going to be reminding myself. See, I would like to be hunting it at some point. But you know where would be the best place to be doing it. And that is Jordan. Where would be the best place? Let's see. Did you know that Durlidon is only available in Sword and Shield in Generation H? No way. I can trade for a mod from me for each. I mean, I will say that that's not the worst trade. That's not the worst trade ever to be doing that. I mean, is it a little late? Yeah, it's in Winden, but you know, the worst thing. I'm learning a lot of new things. I didn't know that Gigantamaxing or Dynamaxing lasts for 3 turns. No way. Let's see. What is the percentage in there, or is it only the one? So I know that there's one like that you can, you know, be resetting for in the wild area, but I would like it to be, you know, encounterable rather than, you know, soft reset, rather it be encounter thing. It doesn't seem to be that way, there is only one there. At least the good thing is with that it's available there no matter the weather. It doesn't care. It's always gonna be there. Hello, Snowchatter. Lake of Outrage is apparently another place that you can find it randomly. It's probably gonna be still like a ridiculously low percentage. You know, it's technically an earliest place that you can be getting it if you're willing to backtrack. It's available in random grass. Only in one weather, which is not the greatest forage. It's available as a visible one at all. It's not. Oh god. But it's a whole 2% because I'm pretty sure on Route 10 it's only 1%. But then again, you can easily magnet pull and make it to be more there. And also because the overworld one, you can just be encountering them if you want to. It just doesn't get too great of a chance to be there. I mean, as I said, there's a guaranteed one at least, so if you want it for a dex, it's easy. Shiny hunting wise, it's... Ugh. Ugh. Hello there. What if we would be having a Pokemon game? Then we will only be able to encounter the base stage. And it's gonna be like, you know, everywhere. Level 72 Caterpies everywhere. It do be a lot of bears. It's like 15% in here. Or something like that. It's a quite common one in here. Hello. We were so close. I see. Oh, it's you. I'm surprised that that wasn't hitting it because I was quite close to the hitbox. It's quite close to the hitbox there indeed. Very interesting, very interesting. Because usually you're encountering it way too easily. Of course, another interesting one would be if they would be doing the complete opposite, that all the Pokemons that you'll be encountering are fully evolved Pokemons. It's gonna be making like team building quite hard, yes. At least you'll be getting quite cool Pokemons out of each. You can manage to be catching them, you know. I also would be liking to be getting more Pokemons that would be like if there are 3-stage Pokemon line, there would be like a solid amount of time with the second evolution. Because usually it's either the case that, you know, you get it so late so it's gonna be automatically evolving. Or it just, you know, evolves way too quickly and you can be really enjoying the middle evolution too much. I mean, some Pokemon definitely are just meant to be like, and I don't mind them. Like, for example, like Metapod and Kakuna, like, I don't mind that they are there for only a short period of time. That's fine with me, but like there's like some indeed. But then sometimes you're like absolutely stuck with the middle stage for like 20 levels and you're like, thanks. A nice balance between the ones. And also like balancing it out for like when you will be able to get the first stage Pokemon in. I'm glad about one thing though, that they haven't done it like with too many Pokemons again. Is that like almost like it seems like every single one of Unova Pokemons, they evolve like very late. I'm very glad that they didn't like continue that to be a thing anymore. I mean, surely there is still gonna be like Pokemons that are gonna be evolving at the late levels and making sense more or less. But then there's like a ridiculous amount of Unova Pokemon that, in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense that they evolve so late. I mean, even taking into consideration, like even considering the fact that you get them like very late in the game. Like, you know... I don't know, like... Ruffletch. And the counterpart for each. You get them in, like, the game so late. Of course, like... I guess that it makes sense why they evolve so late, but at the same time, like... It's still so much to be going for in order to be getting them evolved. And unfortunately, neither of them are at the first stage. They are not that good. They're not that good. It's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. But I'm very glad that they haven't been doing it too much anymore. Like, imagine if the next generation comes and all the Pokemons are gonna be evolving at level like 95. Imagine that. And like, of course there's like some that make sense only like lore wise why they are like evolved so late. Like some just make like sense lore wise why they evolve so late, but I don't think it's like fair for them. For example, like Larvesta, like lore-wise it makes sense why it does evolve so late, but it's just not fair. Like, of course I understand, like, you can be getting Larvesta or Larvesta to be evolving too soon. At level 59? Could it be like level 30? It's just this very unfortunate because some of the levels like where they do be evolving only make sense in their like when they were introduced. Like, it makes sense because like this Pokemon evolves so late, but then again you do be getting it like 10 levels before it evolves. But unfortunately that doesn't usually carry on to the other games. Because like it's not like they are gonna be always be putting like a Pokemon into the place that it's gonna be 10 levels from evolving. And it is very unfortunate. But then again, It's always gonna be those kinds of Pokemon that are very frustrating to be grinding to be evolving, but they are so worth it once you do. It's like they are built that way. It's like they are built that way or something like that. Doing counting things again. If I can count correctly, we want to be doing 1,000 checks a day. Or per stream, not a day, but per stream. It is gonna be like 7.5 hours. It's very interesting. 7.5 hours if I would like be like in the go for that long. It always be depending. Sometimes you're just feeling like for going for more than others. Sometimes you do be indeed. I mean, it's not that much time, but it is still a lot of time. I will say that I hope that when I will be going back to far-fetched hunting, I'm really hoping that Mount Lanakila would be done as well. As I said, I might be doing a phase or two for Darumaka, and then I most likely will be switching to back to the Farfetch'd, which is like the most likely option. It really, of course, be depending on when I will be going back to it. It really depends on that indeed. You know, it could technically be like in a month, it could be in half a year. Could be. Let me check real quickly a thing. So getting a new encounter. Because I did leave the Farfetch'd hunt to be at 6,800, so you know that's also a decent amount in. And I just want to do other things. Taking a break for a while. And then, going back and getting something immediately. The usual. How things go. Usual, very usual indeed. Even though, I don't know, it doesn't really seem like it did work with Mount Lanakila. Like, I did left it at 5k, by the way, so... Or something like that, it was like 5k, I think. Because I was joking that I did leave like almost all my hunt at 5k. Or like almost all my 1 in 4k hunts were in 5k. I guess funny. I don't know what it is about it, but seems to be the magic one. I think the Murkrow hunt that I haven't also been doing in quite a while, it's one that I do on my own. It is like just hit the odds, if I remember correctly, then I stopped it. Yeah, it's 4,100. It's in Brilliant Diamond. And I always will be saying that once I hit the next 100 that I hit the odds. Even though I technically will be hitting it earlier. But I'll be just be going to the most like the next 100. Anyways, because it just feels odd if I would be leaving it at some other point. Especially like if I have the chance to be doing it. If it for whatever reason I need to be stopping earlier, then sure. But I'd rather it be usually at 100s, maybe sometimes at 50s, the usual hunts. There's few hunts that I'll be going for whatever, and they are Dynamax adventure hunts. Because that's going more with like what time it is, how much have I to spend that day there, and the other one is indeed Alpha Gudra. It's usual that I'll be getting at least like 60 done. As I said, might be able to do like 80. Since so many alphas have been found already. For alphas I find, the less I need to be checking for them and more time I can save on the ones that don't have Massive mass outbreaks or mass outbreaks? It was the random one. The Mr. Mom is again so close. It's so close. 4 hours. Yo. I do be hoping best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for, or at least get something. Do be hoping that indeed. Honestly, I can't believe that it already has been 4 hours. It doesn't feel like it has been 4 hours. It really doesn't. Time. One of the most confusing things ever. If you think too much about it, it feels like it's going very slowly. If you don't think about it at all, it just feels like it's flying. Oh, another Sneasel already? There we go. Hydrated. No. I thought I was far enough away from it, but apparently no. Apparently I wasn't far enough away from it. Very sad. Was in the battle menu. I swear if that's another Sneasel, because I didn't see anything. That can be anything. And unfortunately they don't make a sound every single time that they spawn in. They did do the funny thing in Let's Go that every single or not every single one, but some of the special Pokemon spawns, they did always be making a sound. Which, you know, makes sense. Why wouldn't they be? But as I said before, if it's like actually one Pokemon spawning in, why can't it just be, you know, making the cry? Like, what's the reasoning behind it not me making the cry? Because in certain situations it would be like nice to be knowing, because then you know, do you want to go for it or not? Especially if it's a situation like in routes that you can't be switching the camera angle at all. In routes it's not possible to be switching your camera angle. Which is fine. I would wish that I could though, because it kind of feels weird when you go from route to wild area sometimes and you get like control to the camera. Even though camera it isn't really a necessary thing to be using, but I mean it is very helpful that you can be using it. It's very helpful that you can be using it indeed. Hello there. How are you doing? Okay. It's pretty nice progress. Good luck with that. Then can be annoying to be doing it sometimes. Especially if you want like actually completed Pokédex. Not just what you can do in one game. Because some people do that even, just to be completing the Pokédex as much as they can in one single game. Because they just can't be bothered with getting the other ones, or they just don't care. Yo, another soldier. Nice. And I will say another thing is very nice about the Switch games and trying to complete the decks. If you have multiple games, you can transfer things. It's so nice. Like, I'm so glad that they did that, like, pretty much every single Switch game you can be transferring things back and forth. It's very much a feature that it wasn't really needed, but now that we have it, it's very good. I honestly wonder why they did decide to do it that way. That like every Pokemon that can be transferred into a certain game can be going back and forth. Yeah, I think 400 is probably gonna be the normal Pokédex size from here on out. It's a decent amount of Pokemon, it fits in like decent amount of new Pokemons and old ones as well. And then there's of course a decent amount that you might be able to even transfer from older games. If you wait a little while, they might not be there at the start. But yeah, I think it's gonna be like that, especially if you're gonna be having DLCs for like future Pokemon games, that the base game is gonna be having like 400 Pokemons in each, and then the other ones are gonna be having like 200-ish each. Well, welcome back then. It's a decent like size Pokédex. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna be ever the case in too many Pokemon games, even though so many people would be loving it to be a thing. That you can catch every Pokemon in one game. Because that's the thing, because there is most likely forever gonna be two versions of most of the games anyways. So of course they're gonna be having version exclusives. Like, just makes sense. If they are two identical games. Yeah, Ferocious, it is decently hard to be captured. If you have Pokemon with Magnet Pull, it's gonna be helping you, or Harvest. Magnet Pull is more useful in my opinion. And of course you can be capturing the guaranteed Ferrothorn and then just get an egg. Also, what changes are you're gonna be making to your showdown team? Yeah, Harvest is a lot harder to be getting. Magnet Pull is a lot easier because Harvest is usually a hidden ability for Pokemons. It can be hard to be obtaining. Replacing a bird with a bird. It's a quite a decent amount of, but the only ones that I can think of have it as a hidden ability. Trevenant and Executor have them, for example, but both are. But as I said, they are unfortunately hidden abilities, so it can be hard to be getting your hands on them. But as I said, Magnet Pull, it's easier. Increases steel types, and last time that I did check, Ferroseed is a steel type. Because if you're doing it on Route 4, it's, in my opinion, a lot better to be using Magnet Pull instead than Harvest. Yeah. It isn't in Sword. And you can't unfortunately transfer rage either. If Ferroseed, it isn't even in Scarlet and Violet either. But yeah, I have Harvest because of the... it's guaranteed to be getting a Harvest Executor from completing the Diglett thing in Isle of Armor. But yeah, Ferroseed, it isn't unfortunately Scarlet and Violet, though. That doesn't sound the worst thing ever. I mean, do I know anything about battling? No. Well, that sounds like a plan. Also, I didn't know that Kilowatt would be more of a special attacker than a physical attacker. Oh, the yellow aura means that it is having either like an egg move thing. It has like special moves, and it's also usually a higher level than usually in that area. And if you defeat it, you will be getting watts out of each. And technically, if you have KO'd enough of Pokemons, if it has the aura, it has a higher shiny chance as well. Or the battle number is higher. I don't remember all the changes that you do be getting from that a Pokemon has the aura. I only remember the level thing and the that it's gonna be having like special moves. Or it has a chance at least. I don't know if it's guaranteed. Yo, you got the Pharaoh Seed. Oh, you were doing it in the wild area. I have only ever looked for a Pharaoh Seed in Route 4. I know it's also available in Crown Tundra in one cave as well, where there is also a guaranteed Pharaoh Thorn. Yeah, the thing is for me that I can honestly be bothered with wild area sometimes. If I really, like, I think I did catch, like, almost every single Pokemon that I needed for my decks in the original Shield. That I needed. I tried to capture every single one first on routes and everywhere else but the wild areas, and then if it's not available anywhere else, I will be doing there. Oh god, Feebas was horrible. Because the funny thing is still that I really like to talk about is that I was looking for a Feebas. You know, regular old 1% thing. Oh cool, that's a shiny Magikarp. The lovely story of that original Shield. Getting 3 random shinies while trying to just complete the Pokédex. I mean, a bonus, no, I think I did already have a charm for, but I was looking for in this place actually. For the one that spawns in the overworld, I was looking for a male one because I, for whatever reason, wanted to be getting gender differences as well. Because I just thought it would be cool to be getting gender differences as well, so I would be literally having every single form. The only thing that I don't have is evolved all the Pumpkaboos. Because I just can't be bothered with it, but technically I could be having them as well. And I don't have all the Alcremies. Yeah, I did play it already when it did come out. It was quite a okay one. It was like an hour-ish that I did spend on each. It wasn't like too long. But then again, I wasn't expecting it to be too long anyways. It was a nice one though. But I will still say I always be hating in games that you'll move like 2 meters for getting another cutscene. Nice. I mean, it's a decent Pokemon, so I'm not too surprised. I also wonder how long is the item gonna be available in the mystery gifts? Like, is it gonna be like for everything, or is it just for a little while? I think it's gonna be a for everything. It would be odd if it wouldn't be. Yeah, isn't like all but ones that are the same, if I remember correctly. I did see like a picture of it. Yeah. I will say though, for me the fight was quite underwhelming against it. I was using a Clodsire. I was just spamming like Earthquake. It did take like 4 turns. But you know, it's not like it was anything too bad. It couldn't really be doing anything to me. I will say one thing though that I'm very disappointed about Petron, whatever it is to be pronounced by, I don't know, is that the cute little animation when it like opens up, it doesn't happen often enough. I know, very big complaint. I hate it. Because I absolutely love it when it's, you know, opened. It's available in the random grass, also on Route 5. It's probably the easiest place to be found in Applin. It is available in some trees. It's also available in thunderstorms in certain areas, in the wild area. Don't know where. Yeah. I think Cherubi is one of the only ones that is exclusive to trees. I don't know though. I could be misremembering. I mean, there's of course dense possibility, but I didn't know that it would be getting angry for Midge. I mean, I didn't have any of them in my party, because why would I? But that's interesting. And it kind of makes sense, I guess, as well. There is apparently a lot of things that can be different, by the way, on the epilogue if you have been completing the story more. I have just like literally done like the bare minimum myself because I just don't care. But yeah, I guess because I have heard like this story behind like why that would be making sense is that like the loyal tree did like steal the power from Pecharon or something like that. I don't know if it's actually real, but I mean, it would be making sense. Yeah, apparently there would have been quite a difference if you would have been like if you did repair the loyal tree statue compared to that I didn't have it completed and repaired. Because as I said, I can honestly be bothered with it. Yeah. They have like something going on like between them for sure. I mean, that's probably why all of them are poison types. The loyal tree, that is, they probably could have been like something else before each. I mean, they do be having like toxic chain as the ability or something like that. So, you know, makes sense. But I will say, even though I would have wished that the epilogue would have been longer, I'm glad that it wasn't longer because it was just like double battles and double battles and even more double battles and then a little bit story in between. I mean, I get it, but still. Yeah, but then again, it's an epilogue. I don't think that epilogues are supposed to be too long anyways. It is just like one of the, like it would have been nice if we would have been able to like travel with the three dudes more, because I did like my main complaint honestly about the epilogue is that the dudes, they don't like follow you anywhere. They're just teleporting. It's a shame because I really like that they did do it in the first time that you did enter Area Zero, but now it's just teleporting. Yeah. It is sad that they are over already, like... Or well, at least we think that it's over. You never know, they might be giving us something. It would be strange, but... It is kind of sad. I do be kind of wishing that there would be like a second DLC to it, because this one was just in 2 parts. Even though everyone is saying that it did have 2 DLCs, but you know, it was part 1 and part 2 every single time that it was mentioned. They always be frustrating. Sunset time. But I would like to say that Scarlet and Violet are probably gonna be still be getting quite a good amount of like events going about. I would like to say that I don't think that they are like over. They are not like completely done with it yet. At least I hope so, because like I really don't want to be getting another Pokemon game soon. I mean, I did hear about like the Terra not to be a thing anymore, then why it would be sucking for some Pokemon. But I think Orgipon is gonna be fine with it, because it still is gonna be able to have the masks. And Terabagos, I don't know what they're gonna be doing with it. It might be a thing that it's not gonna be just holding on to an item, so it can be doing its special thing. But then again, there was a lot of Gigantamax special forms that can't be used anymore. And it's just gonna be like that. Yeah, I do be kind of hoping that we don't get a new Pokemon game too soon. Like a new one. A remake is fine, but I would still be hoping that it will be next year. Even though everyone is saying that this year there's gonna be a new Pokemon game. I really hope no. As nice as it is, but no, please. A little while longer before you do anything. Yeah, that's also a very good possibility. There is quite a good amount of like Pokemons that they haven't been really in anywhere after their introduction. As I said, it makes sense to me because I think like, even though it's sad, I think there should be more Pokemons that can only appear in one region. Because, like, some are just way too much into that, like, places like lore and stuff like that, so it just doesn't make sense that they would be absolutely everywhere. I mean, you can be getting Minchino with better moves, leveling it up and teaching it TMs or TRs. And I mean, for Minchino, normal type moves aren't the worst thing because, you know, it's a normal type. Yeah. I mean, most of the Pokemons can be learning at least, like, it seems like at least one move from, like, other types, because it just makes sense to be having more variety with them. I know that at least Chinchino can learn Triple Axel. Is Minchino your favorite Pokemon then? Nice. Minchino is a very nice Pokemon. It is unfortunate that, you know, it is the first stage normal type, so it isn't the greatest in power. Oh, nice. Shiny Minchino is very nice. Mount Lanakila. Thank you. Been getting encounters faster when I have been half of the time out of the grass. Interesting. Cat isn't telling us that she wants more food or she has already gotten more food. Usually around this time, she's gonna be informing me that she wants food. Not today. And did you know that there is one Pokemon that only can... there is only one Pokemon that doesn't know or can be known normal type moves. It doesn't know it and it can be known. Can be knowing normal type moves. Because I did see like a short about it like a few weeks ago. It's only one Pokemon that is like that. And it makes sense once you know it, but at the same time it is interesting that there is a Pokemon that doesn't know normal type moves. And the Pokemon in question is Weedle. Weedle can't be learning any normal type moves. I mean, it's an early bug, so what do you expect from it? But it is still strange that it doesn't get a single normal type move. And I doubt that it did change with like Pecharon to be introduced. Because it was like before that. Of course it could be like an older one, but you know. I don't think it's too old though. Oh yeah, Pinkerton is indeed annoying to be finding. Where are you trying to be finding each? It is always in the games the thing that you're looking for, you don't find it. But once you stop looking for it, you find it everywhere. The game, it always knows that what you're trying to look for and gives you the hardest time to be finding each. And it's even more frustrating when it's like relatively common thing to be finding. And you just find like rare things and you're like, huh, thanks, but I don't need this. I was looking for this more common thing. I will say that I honestly don't know what I would be personally be doing if we wouldn't be having internet to be telling for me where things are in games. Especially if I'm trying to complete like everything, because surely I try to do it first myself, but you know. And then like if something is frustrating to be finding, and then I would like to be knowing is there a better place for it? Or where I should be looking for it? Because the thing is, of course, like this internet is a thing, there is not gonna be too many like guidebooks. And for all the games that I have ever played, guidebooks haven't really been that big of a thing. It's either that they are not necessary, because the game already tells you where to be finding them, or there's just literally nothing to be collecting. Because like probably the first game that I would have maybe be needing to be having a guidebook was indeed the Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon. At the same time, it already like has like a kind of a tracker, so you know what you're missing and from where. Not exactly where, but you already know. I mean, surely could a guidebook be helping to be finding the exact spots? Yeah, but I also kind of doubt that there would be every single gem to be to be there. Every single gem. It was always so cool when you were a kid and you did like do a very hard thing in games though. You figured out a hard puzzle or something like that. I don't really get it too much anymore. I mean, I don't really play those kinds of games though that I would be getting it from. You know, one of those things that you just kind of be getting better at games. Yeah, it's very frustrating when you would be like be getting a thing in games and then it's like, yeah, you get it later when it's not even necessary anymore. I failed a shiny before. I mean, not a one that I couldn't be recovering. With saving. I mean, I don't really count the Safari Zone or Safari game once myself because you can't be really doing anything and it's, you know, it's part of the game anyways. I mean, those would be probably the only ones. Specifically Great Marsh because I haven't been failing in a Safari Zone. Yeah, I don't think that I have failed like shiny like that. Do we always be saving before each in the games that I can be saving and on the games that I can be saving before each? I'm just careful. I would be knowing the moveset before they can be surprising me with it. Yeah, I don't know. I personally just don't count the Safari game fails to be fails. Because that would be like expected that you would be failing something in there. It would be insane to be able to capture every single thing. So capture rates, they are awful. One of the only places that they can actually be running away from you. I mean, then again, there is always the opportunity that I did walk by a shiny Minior in Scarlet and Violet, but then again, out of sight, out of mind. For me, if I don't see the shiny, it's not a shiny. Because I literally can't be seeing it before age. But then again, even if I would be failing a shiny in Scarlet and Violet, even though I don't have a shiny charm or anything, I don't think I would be feeling too bad. Life is life, I can get another one if I really need to. I don't want to be stressing too much about it. But probably the closest fail that I have actually ever come by was Dialga on Brilliant Diamond. It started to struggle. But, you know, Master Ball. But yeah, was the closest to fail. No, I did count twice for that one. Weird. Been doing a lot today. Oh, thank you for the follow. Well, the Capture has been very patiently there waiting. Yeah, the Wishca's Master Ball situation. I mean, there is technically another situation where Master Ball has been changed, being failing to be capturing. Nice. It's a decent amount of progress. And the Master Ball fail that I'm talking about is quite a recent one. And it was actually in a Pokemon game. Not just in the anime. And yeah, from here on out, dudes can't say the Master Balls can be failing in Pokemon games because they have. Because Kieran was trying to be capturing Terabagos in a Master Ball, but it did break ouch. Like, literally did breakage. Yeah, it was. Also, speaking of Terabagos, apparently if you use it against it in the fight, he's gonna be angry. I mean, Miraidon or Koraidon is saying that when it's speaking, so... That's why, because usually, you know, Pokemon are saying their name. That's the reasoning behind it, and I think it's very clever. I really like that. Like, when I did, like, understand, I didn't understand why it did do that. Then I was like, yeah, it does say that on the text string. So, you know, makes sense. It would be calling it that because, you know, it does say that as its name. Technically. Because usually Pokemon are saying their names. Yeah. Like the everything that did involve like the Terabagos boss fight thingy was quite interesting. And I really didn't like it. Only like thing that I didn't really like about is that of course how you needed to be doing everything like puzzle wise. But you know, you're the player to be expected. But still. I mean, at least it was a cool way to be showing the new terrorizing thing. If nothing else. That I did like about. So you kind of didn't know already what you were going against. But there is a new type that everyone has been wanting to. It's only available at certain times. Everyone wanted a new Pokemon type. So you happy now? Is there a reason why it's specifically on Superior? That I don't know about because I don't know. Couldn't that be working then on any Pokemon that has contrary, whatever my thing? I mean, I have always said, like, once I did like understand how it works, it's kind of a broken ability, but you need to know how to use it correctly, though. I mean, it's a legendary, so I'm not too surprised with it. Also, double odds. Yo. I mean, of course, you couldn't really be seeing it before how powerful Enormous is, because it just hasn't been in a game before that it could be like in actual battles. Because it was only in Legends Arceus, which there is, in my opinion, no normal battles. Because they are whatever they are in that game. Cool idea, but it's confusing. There we go. Yeah. There is a lot of... there's always a lot of things that you don't always think that are good in Pokemon games. But once you realize how good they are like insane sometimes. Ridiculously broken even. Having 2 Pokemons in your party with Lightning Rod. I mean, in certain situations it honestly can be helpful even in double battles. But yeah, it is strange, isn't it? Because I will say that honestly, if you really want to, you can make like quite a good amount of abilities to be working. I mean, most likely not in like an actual playthrough theme. But, you know, if you want to be doing battles, it can be, you know, useful. At least I will say one thing. At least they haven't making a broken ability in a while. Like an ability that is a little game breaking. Definitely not talking about cute charm. I'm talking like that way that it actually is like breaking the game. Yeah, have a great day. Thanks for stopping by once again. Like there surely has been like a lot of abilities that have been making like certain Pokemons to be broken because of their ability, but like they haven't literally been breaking the game. As I said, with cute charm, it is breaking the game. Look, it is a cool thing that it is like that, but at the same time, it's so strange. It's so strange. Let's see. I think I probably will be hitting at least 300. I'll see where I am when I hit the 300s on both games. Depending on what time it is, I might be going for 400s, but you know I'll be taking the 300s. It's 800 encounters, so you know, a decent amount. Very decent amount indeed. Another like 6 hours spent in these two places. Another 6 hours indeed. Also, it's so funny that how many times in games I have been understanding things too late that would have been like cool to understand in the moment. Like, of course, like some things like, you know, you just either are not paying like too much attention to the game, or it's just like not everything is just adding up to you. But it is quite cool to be understanding like certain things, like how there was the hint for the Terrapagos thing in the shield mask already. It's a subtle thing, but you know, it is still there. It is still there indeed. But yeah, I do be still hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find something indeed. Hello there! What are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Are you up to any shiny hunting right now? Nice. I'll be continuing my Articuno once I do be getting the Mountain Aquila hunt done. At some point, I might not be straight away continuing it, but you know. Try to be getting the Mount Lanakila to be going away first. But good luck with that. Looking at the funny numbers. Are you planning on going for everything, or are you just gonna be going for one in Gen 1? Okay, so the legendaries, then yeah, makes sense. Well, those are the easiest ones to be hunting for. Guess they are already at high enough levels. And they can be shiny as well. I know that Gen 1 hunting is like not done too much. But it's still so weird to me how every single time people are surprised how little you can hunt in there. Or then they are surprised that you can hunt there in the first place. Yeah. Gen 1 hunting is tiring for me. It's one of my least favorite hunts to do ever. Because it's not like you can do anything too differently. And then you need to be checking out on numbers and see that one is one off and be like, nope. It's a decent amount of resets. I'm at 5,100 on my Articuno. Yeah. So have I. So have I. It's a nice thing though that because the resets can be fast if you just get the wrong HP. Because I can't be bothered to be checking anything else. If I see that the HP is wrong, I'll be just resetting straight away. And you'll for sure be using Master Balls to be capturing it. Because I ain't gonna be doing anything else than Master Ball. Yeah. I'm only doing one time each. But you know, you'll be what it do be. It's just so unfortunate, you know, one check does take like 3 normal checks. Even if you're trying to be, for me at least, I'm trying to be like kind of good. Trying to not waste too much time. It's just sometimes very frustrating. I mean, do I do like Sword and Shield? Yeah, but still. But I'm really like looking forward into each. I'm still not the most excited about it because turn 1 hunting is at least it's interesting that you can do it, and that's all thanks to the stat system to be the same between the two generations. Which also did make it first to be impossible to be trading for the 3rd generation. But then they did something which bang and made it possible to be transferring them to the war games. Which is nice. So I'm guessing since you're doing 2 times hunting, you're not hunting anymore on Gen 2 anything? Or do you have even more consoles? It's enough time. I have enough time with a low battery. Did put it to charge for a little while already today. Yeah, that's completely understandable. Well, that's why I do be doing like different hunts myself as well. I have 1,002 different hunts that I have started, so I can choose between the ones. Oh yeah, imagine facing on a hunt that is 90%. It's hilarious though. It's a cool one nonetheless. It's kind of funny to be laughing about it because indeed getting luck, but good but bad luck at the same time. But yeah, I'll be doing myself tomorrow some Alpha Gudra hunting to be switching it up a little bit. And then most likely gonna be doing this the 2nd time at some point this week, probably on Thursday. Yeah, that's completely understandable. Is it like a repel trick, or is it just like a weird place that there is 90% horsey and 10% tentacruel of all things? Nice. Nice sticks. How many can you get in your game anymore, or is it just version exclusives left? Okay. So it's a very strange place. I mean, it's where Lugia is, so I guess fine enough, but strange nonetheless. It's just it's so strange that it's horsey and indeed Tentacruel. It's not like it would be Tentacool or it would be Seadra. But then again, old games being sometimes weird with the encounter tables. Also night chime appearing. Yo. Okay, it is strange still, but I guess that makes more sense then. Oh, hello. Are you now complaining that you want attention or food? As usual, I can give you more attention when I'm, you know, done, if you're not gonna be jumping to the table. You're jumping to the table, eh? Let me make you some room then. There's a cat in my screen. Yeah? Are you gonna be attacking the mic? You are? Okay. Your absolute favorite thing to do? Yeah, I know. It is incredible thing to be doing. You're a little silly, did you know that? You're gonna be bonking your head soon to something. And I'm also gonna be having some hair on my monitors. You can't be doing anything, thankfully. You settle down there, okay? Just don't press anything. Even though you can be breaking anything, but still, no. It's scary because she's on the, like, near the button or the roll wheel thingy. That I can be adjusting my sound settings on my keyboard. So it's good bit that either I'm hearing nothing or I'm hearing everything at some point. Thankfully this time you didn't move the mic too much. Sometimes you move it like insane amount. When you want to be pushing something. Your favorite thing to do. Because still, this cat doesn't know how to be staying still if you're giving her any kind of attention. She doesn't know how to stay still. She always needs to be moving. Like we guess that it's the thing that she wants to be giving like the same thing in return because we're doing something nice to her. She wants to be doing something nice for us. I mean, I don't appreciate it sometimes when she's hitting me with a headbutt, but it's fine. You don't mean bad with it, at least. We got my Black Chew file to be working. Or my boyfriend did. I did have indeed the issue that I couldn't be checking the summary screen, it would be crashing. But now it's working. Nice. But as I said, thankfully it was only the... if you would be going from the Pokemon menu to check the summary, so like it isn't the end of the world, but I mean it would be nice if it would be working.
There you go.
Happy little fellow. It's very happy. It'd be cool to be getting in 4 Darumaka's in a row. Be appreciating it. Okay. More of the dude. More of the dude, indeed. There we go. It couldn't be that like shocking that I was hydrating. I wasn't too shocked yesterday when you were hydrating. too shocked yesterday when you were hydrating, so you can be too shocked when I'm hydrating. I know you're a little bit scared that will I be hitting you with the bottle, but I've never done that, so you don't need to be scared of it. Do we need to clean your ears again? Wasn't too long time ago that we cleaned your ears? You're pressing the buttons. I said not to be pressing buttons. Also, I swear if you can be putting my numlock to be away and I'm trying to use it and I can't type things, I'll be very upset. Very upset indeed. But I still will say one thing that I absolutely hate about this, in quotes, new keyboard. This new keyboard is like a few months old. Is that it doesn't have the scroll lock like light. It has instead a gaming mode light, which is fine, I guess, but I would be liking to know if my scroll lock is on or not. Because certainly someone likes to be pressing it. I don't know who could it be. You're fine, game. Console and everything in between. The other one is probably pretty nice less charge because I'm only using one part of the Joy-Cons. Because I don't need the other Joy-Con for anything. I mean, maybe if I go accidentally to fight menu, then I need to press B, but that's about it. Oh yeah, there was a funny but stupid thing in the news like a week or so ago. I don't know exactly when, but it was like a while ago. Because, you know, we were like starting to run out of, you know, energy, power, electricity thing. We're starting to run out. Then someone decided to be very smart and decided instead of having like heating on, they did have the oven on and open. And their very smart reasoning is that like cooking is like 10% of your like power bill. And like heating is like, I don't know, 30% or something like that. They were thinking that, but you know, if you have the oven on, it's still gonna be costing you. Very smart. Uh, and since they did live in like somewhere like they did live in somewhere that they did have like landlord or yeah, landlord is the word. So like they were like questioning things. Because you know, they can be complaining to you because if you don't have like heating on that you're making the thing to be worse. You know? Because for example, like even if you would like to, you can't be cutting down your heating in here because if you know, have a loan or something like that, bank could be saying that you need to be fixing things. Because you might be like making the house unlivable because you're not like keeping or you're not taking good care of it. And apparently some people are very upset that we are heating our houses with like burning wood, you know, in a fireplace. And I find it very confusing. And it was like they were thinking that they are causing a lot of problems into the atmosphere. And you know, we in here in a relatively small country are, you know, using a fireplace to be keeping the house warm. And keep in mind that in here there is like quite a good standards that what kind of fireplace you can have. So you know it is kind of okay for the environment. Because it is very well being kept. Like there is certain rules that you need to be having a certain kind of fireplace that, you know, you can have the fireplace. If you don't, then you know, you're not gonna be having that fireplace. That's why, like every year or two, if you have a fireplace, you need to be getting it cleaned. Because it's getting filled. But yeah. It is interesting. It is always so funny to be seeing people to be upset about someone else doing something that they don't fully know about. Oh yeah, do be what it do be. I mean, I will say that if I would be having the opportunity, I would be absolutely using fireplace instead of, you know, using the electricity to be giving the house to be warm. Because, you know, I can be burning the trash. Because since we, you know, we don't have a fireplace, we live in an apartment, and I don't think it's quite usual to be having a fireplace. You know, wood burning one. At least in here in apartments. So, you know, we would be able to get rid of all of our cats' food boxes and whatnot. We would be burning them instead. And yeah, now that I think about it, I think every single place, every single like sauna that I have been seeing in a apartment building They have been indeed. They have been indeed a electrical one or whatever my thing. I mean, it is kind of the go-to nowadays, even though of course it's using electricity, but you know, it's easier to be keeping the heat to be even with an electric one. If you ask me. I mean, I will say that sometimes it is nice to be going into a sauna that is indeed a wood fueled. I don't care too much, honestly, myself. I don't like saunas, I have talked about it before. I just... As a Finn, they aren't my thing, and... It is kind of weird to me, but at the same time, everyone has their things that they want to be doing. And it's completely fine. You don't need to be liking everything. Yeah. Do be what it do be. We do be soon done today. I think I'll be doing all the 800 checks today. Only. It's still a decent amount. But yeah, I think I'll be doing that. I did get a late start today anyways. I wouldn't be doing but like probably 100 more anyways, so be another like 40 to 50 minutes. But yeah, no. As I said, still a very decent amount. There is still a chance to be seeing a stone turner. 4 more encounters to go. Let's see a stone turner, shall we? There we go. Come on, Sojourner, I believe in you. I'm not too surprised about this though. But still, why does an ice cream have a gender? It's still beyond me. At least something different. Yeah, adding those already. Yeah, 800 checks today. Pretty decent indeed. As I said, technically it is possible for me to be getting 1,000 checks in one stream, but you know, I don't want to be pushing myself too hard. Do only the amount that I want to be doing, you know. Even the wants to be fun. Of course you're the last one. Of course. I mean, at least a decent Clayly that usually is. But yeah. It's gonna be indeed today. I'll be, of course, be raiding someone. Seeing if that dude is still alive. Okay. Will be indeed, so I'll know who I will be raiding. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow we'll be doing the Alpha Gudra hunt. Doing some amount of checks in there. Probably gonna be hitting 1,200, I think. Is that where I'm at there? Yes. But yep. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with the off-a-good route. Until then,